The time is now 4:30 p.m. on Monday, April 27th. I hereby call the Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Present. You have 3 members present.
We have 3 members present.
Impeach him tonight, to be here, and you see, they trying to figure out the way to, you see Tarzan coming in late, and he don't give in, that's the white guy up there, the Irish guy. And the black man just sit over there like okie dokie, go along with the flow, but stay tuned, America, you gonna see how we the people get our money tonight. I approve this message.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Chair,
if we can have roll call to bring the meeting to order.
okay. The time is 4:41, and I am going to take the roll call in order to establish a quorum. Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. We'll now read the reading of disorderly persons and city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-1, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions?
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk?
you have in front of you a resolution approving the 2026 settlement of the national opioid claims involving 6 regional/dispenser remnant defendants. This resolution is related to the closed session that you had on Wednesday. So this is add-on for today.
So we will call the resolution approving the 2026 settlement of the national opioid claims involving 6 regional dispenser remnant defendants as add-on number 1. And we will just place that at the end of our resolutions before ordinances. Any other requests? We will then move on to public comment. Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Resolution that we have in front of us for MDOT. What are we doing with this?
So that is for a resolution that is on your council agenda, and when you get to that agenda, we need to separate that one so that you can amend it to this version.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entry of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Madam Clerk, the first speaker, please.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, over there by Graceland Cemetery. And for the record, for the peoples in New York, we use the new code language on this council today, like one, for instance, the one called the special master. And like in the old days, 1800s, when they built the White House, they used slaves. But when one of them get hurt, fall down, and they call the special master, but the special master don't need no record of the slave what got hurt. So last week, the 6th Ward Council lady, Tanya Burns, wrote a letter to the special masters, and the 4th Ward lady, she was not approved with it, and she called the Robert Rules of Order on her, but the 5th Ward lady who started all them laws, she told us People's Republic ought to write one too, to inform the stuff, like what's going on in Flint. And then another thing, she pushed Madam Burns so far, she impeded the mayor to come up here tonight. And you see what's going on now. They up there trying to figure out a way to break up a form. Tarzan coming in late, barely made the form. And we people, and they get this new law about this opioid, all that money, and they making more money than the administration of Flint. But they got these houses, they ain't putting nobody in it. In the meanwhile, people's getting killed, but trying to keep warm, but they them got burned up to a crisp, and they still can't find their bodies. The homeless peoples, and peoples like the president over there talking about, you say the wrong thing, you're gonna get dealt with before one and we the peoples. So when you go 2027, gonna get income tax, you think you living off our land, the land bank be taking our property, all, and if they can't take it, they burn up the houses in over on Prospect. I was just over a few minutes ago, nothing wrong with them houses, but they can put all junk in them, when the homeless people won't go in them, and then they end up burning them down just on purpose. And like in America calling up, inviting me to a free hamburger or a Halo burger, and when I went there, the dude, the tallest, he wanted to know he can do an interview with me because he gonna take Tanya Burns, not this Humphrey seat, and then he tall dude and talking that stuff and people's like that, and walked off, and I still didn't get a hamburger because they like that 70-year-old man y'all beat up. Y'all wanted to kill him, but his wife was watching him, Miss Beverly Bibbs, and all that stuff because he came over my house and had bullet holes where I was supposed to be sitting at. And y'all gonna do us like that? You gonna get dealt with tonight when the mayor come up here. You stay tuned. I'll admit to approve this message.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Baker.
Good evening. Came today to ask for help. I'm sure you're familiar with what I've been trying to do as far as with the grocery stores and improving the quality of the food in those stores. Today I met with Innovative Solutions of Flint and talked to some members from the CRIM Foundation.
Could you speak into the mic?
Trying to get some funding and some support with a meeting that I have with the mayor about trying to get someone actually to go to these stores. So, and I was asking if you all could attend the meeting on Wednesday. It's at 1 o'clock at the mayor's office to try to give some kind of input or for a solution to this problem. Also, I'm currently cooking at the House of Hope, the Catholic Charities, and they have the same problem that the grocery stores do. The grocery stores send them. Yesterday we had 10 cases of chicken. 8 of them were spoiled and rotten. All the canned goods, half of them are 2 years old. I have contacts for the director and everything there, but I was like, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure, but I was thinking that maybe these stores get some kind of kickback or something from taxes or something when they donate this food. I'm not sure of this, but I was saying if that is, the case, then why are they giving 10 cases of meat and 8 of them was rotten? So that's all I was doing. Asking for some help. I appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Madison Quick.
Hello, City Council. It doesn't matter how many times you do this, it never gets less nerve-wracking. All right, so my name is Madison Quick, and I'm a resident of the 9th Ward, right over there off Circle Drive. I want to thank this council for taking so many steps over the last several years to reform zoning laws in our city. It truly has had a big impact. Unfortunately, this work is never fully done, as there are always changes needed to make it even easier to build quality, affordable homes in Flint. That's why tonight I'm asking this council to take up the housing readiness zoning reforms. These reforms tackle simple things like setbacks, lot size minimums, and more than make it harder to build homes, especially in green neighborhoods. If we want to provide meaningful opportunities for home ownership in Flint, we need to make it easier for folks to build homes of their own. These reforms move us closer in the direction, and I ask that it be advanced at tonight's legislative committee. Thank you for your time and your leadership, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn.
Good evening, Council. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn, and I am here to continue my advocacy efforts for a client that has experienced housing obstruction from her Section 8 housing vendor and former landlord after being evicted from a house that was not up to code. The Housing Ordinance 200304 states that 1, a landlord must have a certificate of compliance from the City of Flint Inspection Office. 2, the objective of having a certificate of compliance, it is issued only on the condition that the premises remain safe, healthy, and fit for occupancy. 3, if a landlord does not have a certificate of compliance, then the landlord they are not entitled to receive rent money from their tenants, nor are the landlords entitled to evict their tenants. So I have a few questions for the council members. 1, how do you enforce the ordinances that come before you so that they can be fulfilled? So for example, Councilwoman Mouchette had introduced an ordinance she came up with in regards to blight last week. So if the ordinance passes, then what happens for them to be enforced? Number 2, in regards to the Housing Ordinance 200304, what was done to make the ordinance known to community entities, professionals, such as the judges at the 67th District Court that sign off on evictions, and to community agencies and social workers like myself that consistently assist residents with housing needs such as slumlords and those in danger of facing evictions? My last question is there ever an exception given to landlords where landlords are excused from having to obtain a certificate of compliance and or excused from having their home inspected? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Joel Arnold.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joel Arnold, and I live at 518 Mason Street. I'm here tonight to speak in strong favor of the passage of the housing readiness zoning reforms. I've spoken several times before this body about the importance of continuing to improve our land use laws, and the reforms before this body tonight would continue to do just that. What these things would do is just a simple thing, which is make it easier for Flint residents to invest in their homes and build new homes without costing the city any money. Oftentimes individuals, including myself, have come before this body in need of funding support or abatements in order to make housing developments work in this city. And while these are important for a city with limited resources, it's also essential that we do the things that cost nothing to remove barriers to new housing in our city. So what I think is really exciting about the reforms here today is that they allow us to build our city largely in the way it was originally built. Smaller lot sizes, duplexes, flexible parking requirements. This is how Flint was built in the first half of the 20th century. And that's why today in nearly every neighborhood in the city, you can find the kind of homes that this ordinance would make it easier to build. It would also address a major concern I know we've all heard for years, which is how to make it easier to build in Flint's green neighborhoods. Specifically, lowering minimum lot sizes would make a big impact there. But I'd like to comment in specific on why reforms to things like duplexes and parking are so important. To begin, when I first moved home to Flint, I lived in a duplex on Crapo Street. And it basically was sandwiched between two single-family homes. It looked basically identical to the two homes next to me. The only way you'd ever know is if you came in my breezeway and you saw two doors. That kind of housing, which used to be in the first half of the 20th century a lot easier to build in Flint, we made harder in the 50s and 60s, and part of the things that's driven up housing prices. And while the 2022 reforms made progress on this, tonight's reforms simplify the permitting process for a use that gently fits into single-family neighborhoods. On my own block today, the house immediately across the street from my single-family home is a duplex, and it's filled with wonderful neighbors, and I think that's really, really important. The parking reforms here also allow us to use streets that are already legally paved wide enough for street parking to allow a car to park on them, and what this can do is actually reduce the cost of a house by about $10,000, which is no small amount of money when we talk about what our residents can afford. We're fortunate in Flint to have a lot of room to grow, and these kinds of reform make housing more affordable while also making our city a more walkable and welcoming place. In short, I think the last thing we should be doing as a city is implementing non-health and safety ordinances and rules that make homeownership harder to achieve and housing more expensive. These reforms will make it easier for Flint residents to invest in their neighborhoods, especially for things like duplexes. It basically simplifies a permitting process, but they're still allowed in the same places they're allowed today, just this with easier permitting. And I strongly encourage this council to advance these common sense reforms, and thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Ezekiel Harris.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ezekiel Harris, and I'm a resident of the 8th Ward at 1909 Ramsey. I'm also a father, and I care deeply about building a stronger future for our city through thoughtful community development. I'm here in support of the proposed zoning reforms titled Housing Readiness. These changes were already passed by the Planning Commission, whose role is to build consensus solutions that improve quality of life for Flint residents. And they did so without a single no vote. That speaks to the care and collaboration behind this effort. These reforms strike an important balance. They protect neighborhood character while allowing for more affordable housing options. They also reduce unnecessary regulatory barriers that making it easier to build homes across Flint, especially in our most disinvested communities. We need practical solutions to address our housing challenges, and this is a step in the right direction. Tonight, I'm asking the council to vote to advance these reforms. This is an opportunity to support smart growth, expand access to housing, and continue the work of strengthening our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. I see that as an ordinance for the green zone. Ever since they did that master plan, the emergency manager did the blue ribbon and all the other stuff. There was something to it when they did it. The north side and the east side is green zones. Why, have y'all asked yourselves, why do they keep on coming up with little piecemeals of let's take this little piece of green zone, do away with it, take this little piece, do away with it. If you see that you could take a piece away, take it all away. You can't get redevelopment dollars in a green zone. All you can put up is a gazebo in a garden. You can't build. Why do I need to come down here and get permission from the Planning Commission to build a new house? Why do I have to do that? I mean, I gotta come up and get permits to build a house, but why do I have to come ask somebody, can't I build a house? Then they put all the lots together so they could build bigger houses. Me, myself, I think is waiting for all the people on the north side and the east side to move up out of Flint. It's so tripped out that they build all these apartments, but you don't never see low-income houses built. But you see apartments built. And then they supposed to be affordable housing, low-income housing, but they do not use the Flint median. They use Genesee County median. Genesee County median is $53,000. Flint is $26,000. Now you do the math. How many people in the city of Flint can afford a 2-bedroom apartment running at what, $2,000, $1,500 to $2,000 a month, including the high water bills, including the high consumer energy? And they're using Flint money to bring people from outside of Flint here that works for the county or has a job that pays $53,000. And then they're gonna move all the people in Flint to those old apartments outside of Flint where there's no bus route over in Mundy Township because they don't want blacks going over on Hill Road. If you don't believe me, go to an MTA meeting. They said it with their own mouth. It's so many different things going on, and if you don't know the past of what was passed here at City Council, you won't be able to move Flint forward by repealing all the different emergency manager orders, all the green zone. Tonight, say skip it. We're voting to just do away with all the green zone. Watch how they start acting up, all the people that's building the houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is David Peachy.
Dave Peachy, 4th Ward. Last meeting I was here, I was trying to get Channel 17, what you people could do to fund that. I think it's very important. I've had people come up to me and said they thanked me for bringing it up last time because they are not coming down to Flint. They're not coming down here. But they'll sit home and watch it on TV and they get a lot of information they would never get. And they're entitled to it. You want to spend $300,000 at Hasselberg or whatever it is, what would it cost to put a TV, to put that camera crew back in here? Paul, he did an excellent job. People need information and you're not giving it to them, only a select people that we come down here. But it doesn't get out. I know it's election time too, it's not a good time to bring them down here. But I get upset about that. It needs to be done. And let me see what else I was going to say. Oh, last time I brought up too about the houses not being tore down in the 4th Ward, and you made a comment that it was unsafe by OSHA to dig them basements out. Well, I was in the 3rd Ward the other day, and they didn't have no problem tearing them down over there. It gets real tiresome, seeing some areas getting real nice, and other areas are getting worse. And all that money belongs to us. And another thing I wanted to ask a question about the mayor. He was on TV yesterday about he donated $25,000 to YWCA. Did he donate it, or did he donate our ARPA fund or our general fund? I seen the check today on the news. It had Neely's name on the bottom of that check. I can't believe he'd take it out of his own money. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next public speaker.
The next speaker is Derek Dorman. Derek Dorman. Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Hello, Adrian Muhammad for the 2nd Ward. I'd just like to say we're getting to a close of to April. closing of a great month where autism awareness and occupational therapy, which I am an occupational therapist, awareness month. And just a shout out to anyone out there who's taking care of anyone who has autism. It's a trial. Working for the schools is a trial. So my heart goes out to any parents, any family members who work with anyone with autism. That's something that the city should be considering to help to recognize people who are doing that. It's a fight every day for the family members. And being an OT and working with some of those students who have it and working with the families, it's a trial. So just a shout out to them. I'd like to appeal to the city council once again, and I'll keep saying it about water bill affordability. There is a way that our water bills could go down. I know the revenue of the city will go down, whatever. But we've been knowing that our water bill, the service fees are astronomical, and that's what's putting our water bills at a high. When you got a person who's not using their water but still have a water bill that's $70, $80, that's ridiculous. So some of those service fees, we need to take that into consideration and do everything that we can do to get those water bills down and make them affordable. Housing is good too. Water bills also. We're suffering. Senior programming. I'm all for the senior centers, but one of the things that I did hear from a lot of seniors when I was out there canvassing was I don't even go to the senior center. And I'm a senior, but I didn't get any benefits from the ARPA funds. What about us who just trying to make it and make our homes a nice, decent, safe place to live with good running water, with decent pipes? Roofs coming, apart. They needed that too. That ARPA funds was supposed to be helping to take care of the seniors, but what percentage of our citizens actually go to the senior center? What percentage? It's not enough that the ones that's at home did not get taken care of. And then when we talk about, in these last 30 seconds, police brutality, what is our relationship? Because we don't have a city lockup that we take our citizens over to the county. I know personally there's a citizen who was abused by the sheriffs when he got arrested, had multiple strokes, seizures. He's my patient. He gave me permission to speak on him. He suffered a lot, and we're doing rehab with him right now because of the abuse and the lack of not even being able to get his medication while he was in lockup for 10 days at the county.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? I really could wait till the day after last Wednesday when I came up here and I said that a house had got shot up 3 times out of 6 days. Wednesday will make day 14 of the first shooting, which means that's 14 days that the person that did that shooting, that something should have been done after the first shooting. And it's not only sad that there was no whose ward is this, silence from you guys, but out there in where what I say this room is considered entertainment, the people that we are entertaining had little smart things to say on that 81403. And then that little Patrick moderator, the one that do transactions through Cash App for, certain pictures and things like that. It's sad because it's a possibility that that person can be on these streets until somebody get hurt. It's sad. But you guys, and I know you care, it's just that you don't like the messenger. And that's sad because I be helping people. And I have them call some of y'all, and I had to tell them, don't tell them Rich Jones sent you. Because if you tell them Rich Jones sent you, they won't help you. That's sad. And I ain't gonna say no names, but some of y'all have a history of not answering y'all phones and not returning phone calls. I can pull names as you want to say if you want receipts. It was a certain pastor that wanted one of y'all on his Saturday podcast because of something you had said. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Mari Copany.
Just a few things today. 12 years ago, they switched our water source, resulting in one of the largest man-made crises in U.S. history. 10 years ago today, President Obama responded to my letter and decided to come to Flint. While his visit ultimately got Flint the initial funding to fix the pipes and help lead the bipartisan infrastructure bill, Flint is still dealing with the water crisis, and even with the 12th anniversary, media coverage of the day was minimal. The country has moved on and Flint is still suffering. Next, I see a discussion on the agenda relating to the fire on M.L. King that resulted in the deaths of 3 unhoused people. We need to address the homelessness so many in our community are dealing with. Shelters are always at capacity, leaving many people with nowhere to go but to sleep in bus stops, in abandoned buildings, and on the lawn of the Center for Hope. We have been out in the community helping provide meals, pass out backpacks and shoes to those in need, and it's not just adults that are hungry and lacking basic necessities. We are seeing over a dozen kids from the neighborhood that need food and other resources as well. Last week during council response, Dr. Lewis seemed to have some questions for me. First, my name is Mari. I don't know why it seems so hard to just call me Mari. And no, I have never been a student of the Flint Community Schools, and I have worked with the Flint Community Schools on several occasions. Most recently to host the largest toy giveaway in Genesee County for Christmas. A large majority of kids in Flint don't attend the Flint Community Schools, and while you rolled your eyes at me a total of 8 times last week, some of the ideas in that resolution are good, but we need to be able to work on making those programs and solutions available outside of the schools. The biggest action that can be done right now to help the kids in Flint is to help bridge together all the program and resources that these kids desperately need. We also need to figure out how to focus on community policing, maybe even partner with the sheriffs to get officers out there on the streets interacting with the kids positively. You don't have to like me, but to know there are other youth that want to come to city council, but they see how I'm treated and get discouraged about attending.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Kristen Pollard.
Greetings. My name is Kristen Pollard. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward. Like we've heard from many others already tonight, I'm asking that you all advance the housing readiness zoning reforms. It's important that we make it easier to build homes in Flint and for our neighbors to have meaningful opportunities to become homeowners. Unfortunately, sometimes we get in our own way of making this happen with rules that don't quite make sense. These reforms would make it possible to build a home on a single lot in green neighborhoods, for instance. As we heard from Mr. Woodson, this would address some of those concerns, making it cheaper for someone to acquire land to invest in some of our most disinvested neighborhoods. I strongly encourage the council to advance these reforms passed by the Planning Commission already, and I ask whether you have informed yourselves on what these reforms are talking about, and also appreciate your leadership on the issue. Peace.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next public speaker.
The next speaker is Ashley Strozier.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Strozier, and my husband and I live in the 2nd Ward with our 4 children. 2 are present with me this evening. As homeowners raising a family in Flint, and I want to be sure that other Flint residents have the same opportunity. Unfortunately, it can be challenging and expensive, something we all know all too well. While many other solutions to our housing crisis are extremely expensive, there are some reforms that we can tackle at a cost of $0. The housing readiness zoning reforms are one such reform effort. By making some simple changes to our zoning laws to unlock more single-family housing and duplexes in our city. These changes will make it easier for Flint residents to invest in their own neighborhoods, build their own homes in a much more affordable way. I strongly encourage that the council advance this agenda item at tonight's legislative committee meeting and pass these reforms. 5 years ago, while in the NICU in Ann Arbor, with my 25-week-old premature baby, I called all the way in asking for your support for housing. And 5 years later, the need is greater. Once again, please consider lending your support. Thank you for your leadership and the work you do for our city.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next public speaker.
The next speaker is April Stone. April Stone. The final speaker for this meeting is Tanya Jones.
Good evening, my name is Tanya Jones. I advocate for my son that's part of the opioid crisis, and he's autistic. I'm here. I didn't want to come here no more. I wanted to start going to the commissioner meetings, but I see the house fire that was on ML King is on the agenda. First of all, I want everyone to know that Preston, the son of Joshua, is looking for his dad. So they have not got back with him. I basically out there being with the Color of Law Coalition. I got to know the people, and there's some people that still missing from the fire. I don't know if, Neely or, the chief of the fire department understand that, because one of the ladies, Anna, she's concerned. She just texted me. She wanted to know that it was no fire. They did not start the fire. Everybody's not on drugs out here. Everybody is not on drugs. I want to make that clear. Everybody's not on drugs. Some people just homeless. Circumstances happen, and they got to find shelter. So she wants everyone to know that she's in Florida, and she's not doing well, and she wants her voice to be heard. She can't be here, but she wants her voice to be heard. So she do matter. Preston's still waiting to hear. They have not got back. When she was in the hospital, for 4 days. As soon as she got out, it's kind of weird that they never went and even talked to her. She's a survivor. Why they didn't go to the hospital and go see the survivor? They should have went and spoke to her Okay, it's another guy that survived out of it. His name is Richard. You know, I could go on and on. It's like, you know what I'm saying, like they do matter, you know. Another thing, I just want people to, I want to stress that when it comes to election season, you know, I done learned as I've done went, you know, go on doing what I'm doing. You know, we all just need to get together and just try to just make a change. Bryant, he's one of the guys that we found out. Leon had took him in for like 7 days or whatever, and he sent him back to the Center of Hope. I don't want a seat. I don't never want a seat. I respect what y'all do. I'm an autistic mother, okay? And dealing with him is enough. But he put him back. He had him for a minute, and if he was here, I would have addressed him. But he put him back, and he was back out there on Center of Hope. Now I found him housing. We went out there, we found him housing. We could have somewhere where he's at. He's okay. But I feel like he took the opioid money, he took the money from the homeless. So my thing is make sure, you know, when y'all out here doing for the people, do it for the people, and make sure you vote. So that's all I have to say. Have a good night.
Thank you. Now it's time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Are there any that would like to have council response?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I have a couple of comments I'd like to make. Mr. Jones, I don't see him now, but I would never refuse to talk to somebody just because somebody told him to call me. You know, I mean, Rich said that people don't answer their phones, and they wouldn't answer their phones if they knew that he told them to call someone. I would never do that. I answer my phone to everybody. I answer my personal and my city cell. If I'm home, I don't carry my city cell with me, but when I go home, I look to see what calls I missed, what voicemails I missed, what texts I might have missed, and I return them as soon as possible. Some days it may be 2 days later, but they're returned within 2 days. Also, Mr. Peachy, I said that they cannot clean up a basement. Not that they can't demolish a basement, but they can't clean a basement. I want to make sure that that's clear. There are basements that need definite cleaning, but they don't have the equipment to do that. The city does, they have the claw, but we have to get court orders. I understand that you don't like that, but that is the fact. So thank you very much.
Any other council response? Any other council response? We will close council response and move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion for consent agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion made by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support? Total separation. Okay, we will have total separation. We will begin with Resolution 260073, Budget Amendment 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant. Yes, Councilman. There's a motion to send the resolution to council. Is there support? Support. Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion? Yes, Councilwoman in the 1st Ward, in the 4th Ward, excuse me.
I thought my mic was on. So, you know, we're not talking about a huge amount of money to be switched around to the various entities that are on this list. It's money that was approved by council. I understand if you didn't like the way it was approved, but do we want to send that little extra money back to the federal government? Do you have any alternatives that you want to send it to? No, you have no plan. You just don't want to have somebody on this list to have the money. So I'm going to go ahead and vote for this. I'm going to continue to vote for it. And I think it's important that we expend the money that has been finalized so that we know who would get what. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Well, I will not be supporting this resolution. I didn't vote for the initial resolution, and I will not be voting for this resolution. So, I mean, that's that. There's a couple of organizations on the resolution that I feel is questionable, and I'm not going to support it. I didn't support it the first time, and I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? We will now go to the second round. Any discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, Madam Clerk, roll call vote on sending 260073 to council.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. The resolution passes to council. Next resolution, 260078.1, alley vacation, 3009 North Saginaw Street between Leith and McClellan Street. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
motion to send to council.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the first round? Resolution 260078.1. We'll move to the second round. Any discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
who separated this? You're not Mr. Chair.
The councilwoman in the 4th Ward requested total separation.
So I think we've covered this. I believe this is the, I guess they call it the Riviera Party Store. I think that's what it was, and this is for the gas station, I believe. Who can speak to this from the from the administration?
Is there anyone from the administration that can speak to this resolution, please?
Mr. Menifee, I'll start talking. So this is going to be for the gas station, right? Corner of Leith and Saginaw Street. Is there an alley behind there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so this will be a gas station also? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the same owner as the one down the street or a new owner?
No, this is a new owner. This is Riviera, the old Riviera store.
Everybody know the Riviera.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just the alley behind it.
Is that the owner right there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to you, Mr. Chair, two new owners.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm with the engineering firm.
Oh, you want to have you can step up to the podium. So we're seeing a lot of party stores with gas stations. That's very interesting. So do you have the traffic for this? Or are you planning out to have it? Because I think there's a gas station already right there.
Well, yes, from the way that I understand how the whole process works, the owners were approached to, put the gas canopies in, and they give the whole building a facelift. It very much improves the entire aesthetics of it all. And then by them owning all of the properties surrounding the alley, So there's no conflict. There's, nobody wondering which
So they own the
portion.
surrounding property, so they were approached to convert their,
No, what it is as we were doing the design of it all, we decided, hey, let's do away with the alley. Let's give them a bigger front area, more open space.
okay, I'm good on the alley part. So I'm at the part, so they were approached to add a fueling station or full service station.
The owner could probably speak better about how all that happened. I'm doing the design part of it.
Okay, and I needed him up here, and you kind of sent him away.
Okay.
And I got 14 seconds. So you were approached to do this, and are you excited about this?
Yes.
Okay, and so what fuel station? You gonna be an Amoco too?
It's gonna be, no, we don't know the name of it yet.
Okay, that's my time, but thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, Madam Clerk, roll call vote. Resolution 260078.1 to be moved to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution moves to council. Next resolution is the add-on resolution. Resolution approving the 2026 settlement of the national opioid claims involving 6 regional dispensers, remnant defendants. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, make a motion to send to council.
Motion to send to council by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th ward.
So, I won't be supporting this evening until we can get actual dollar values on the resolution and be fully transparent on the money that the community is receiving. To me, this as a walk-on is less than transparent, and then this not having actual dollar values on it that the city can anticipate being dispersed to the community, I think that's a big red flag. So I will not be supporting it. If we want to do a change to add the dollar values, but this is a recommendation to approve the settlement. So the settlement has been finalized, so those dollar values should be available. So not sure why they're not on here, but I will not be supporting it without the dollar values. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the 1st round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
thank you. Through you to Attorney Gurley, how are you today?
Good evening.
Good evening. Is it a possibility to put the dollar value, or why is it omitted?
From the previous resolutions that you've had approving opioid settlements, those amounts were not included, and that is because there is a number of municipalities that can sign on to the settlement agreement. And so what we know is what the percentage is that the city of Flint will receive, but the actual dollar amount is not definite.
So we don't have a dollar amount because it's a percentage at this point.
Right, so this one is a lump sum payment of approximately, I guess, less than $100,000. But then there are fees and other assessments that come out of it, and then that could be further reduced by the amount of other municipalities who may sign on after you approve your resolution. So it becomes difficult to tell you exactly what the amount is, and if we put the amount in there, it could fluctuate.
Okay. Mr. Chair, for you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, if you could, how much is in our opioid account? How much do we have? Because it has been a ridiculously amount of time with not getting answers. The check registry, still asking for that. Don't have that. We learned 25,000, we just do it because of the ordinance. Now, we don't, the administration does. How are you tonight?
Good.
How much is in our opioid, have we received, how much have we received in opioid settlement funds?
We currently have approximately $5 million in the fund. I'd have to.
Approximately 5 million?
Yes. It's a little bit over that. I don't know the exact
That's
amount.
what's left, right?
That's what's left.
How much have we received?
I don't know if, I haven't calculated that. I would guess it'd be in the neighborhood of $6 million, maybe $7 million, but I'd have to check. I don't know.
Okay, maybe 6 or maybe 7.
Right.
And what I would like to do is do a referral so that we're here in the council chambers. I would like to have, through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk and city attorney, and to you, Mr. Moore, I would like to have how much we've had that's been deposited into the city coffers, and then also what has been the expenditures and what it has been spent on. Because I know that in that account, 30% of those funds can be used for anything other than opioid. I know with Senator Ananek, former Senator Ananek, we had, through his program, was it 1 million that we gave? How much did we give to that program?
To which one?
It was Senator Ananek was here. He had an opioid plan.
I guess I'm drawing a blank.
Was it Genesee County? Genesee Health Systems.
Yeah.
I'll pull that out. It's not ringing a bell. I'll get you that.
Yeah, if you could please do that so that we know how, what monies that we have received and monies that have been expended. And if you could please share it with all of the council members so that we know, so that we can be transparent, I would greatly appreciate it. And how are we coming with that check registry? Is there a reason why we haven't received that? Because that would show opioid dollars being spent.
We have check registries available in the finance department.
Okay, I'm not coming to the finance department to sit there to look. That's not our responsibility to do that. We keep asking for it. Every other municipality has it. We don't need the account numbers. You can redact them. And I'm not sitting in the mayor's office to look at a document. That's ridiculous and it's ludicrous to do that. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Attorney Gurley, we would like, and we are asking again, my last email said for the 12th time, that's a 1 and a 2, that I would like a copy of the check register because we don't know what's going out. And they just yelled off or rattled off Ordinance 3-.208, whatever it was, that they can spend $25,000. And we don't know where that $25,000 is coming out of. And the $75,000 threshold. So I would like for us to have a copy of the check registry so that we can know what's being spent. Because we were told with chatter, money's being spent that council hasn't approved.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I will then take a few moments. Madam Attorney,
Yes, sir.
how can we document the range or the percentage or the anticipated value of this settlement in a resolution formally? Because I agree, I don't know exactly how it would work for us to approve something and then not have it on the public record once it actually comes in, what we approved or what settlement is anticipated.
Well, you can certainly add that language to the resolution to ask that that amount be relayed to the public. But what I can tell you is what the percentage is that the city of Flint will receive.
And that's the percentage of a total award, or how does that percentage work?
So there is a total estimated amount of this settlement, and then there is a percentage that the city will receive. You know, that will be reduced by how many other municipalities sign on. So, I mean, that's the most that I can do at this juncture, because I don't have an exact figure, even in a close enough approximate that I would be comfortable with delivering here.
Is there,
What I'm saying is an opioid settlement.
do we know either when the settlement is taking place and or what our deadline is for signing on?
The deadline is May. I have to get the exact date for you, but it was rapidly approaching. The total amount of the settlement that we know of for across the country would be $97,625,000. But then the city of Flint share, and this is a long number, so it's like six digits here. So it's 0.0999361510% of that total amount.
What is your request?
So if we have the calculation, how can that be, that amount be variable?
Because we don't know how many municipalities will sign on to that settlement. So it's just like,
But isn't that calculation fixed based on the dollar value and the percentage? So even if more people sign on, you're saying that our percentage is gonna go lower?
I'm saying the amount would go lower. So if you right now have 50 municipalities, for example, and you know what the total amount of the settlement is, 97 million, for example, and we know our percentage, and right now there's 50, as an example, not that that's the amount, but if after we sign and then 40 other municipalities sign on, then the amount that the city is going to receive will be reduced because more municipalities are now getting a part of that pot. Our percentage of that amount, the total 97 million, is all I know.
And I think I'm sort of tracking with Councilman in the 8th Ward. So this percentage, the 0.099, what have you, is that our floor or is that our ceiling?
I believe that's the ceiling.
That's our ceiling. So if everybody were to sign on, the most we would get is the 0.09993615.
I think there are different percentages, though, for other municipalities. Everybody's not getting that same percentage that the city of Flint is.
Okay. But all 97 million is to be distributed between those that sign on. So,
with a different percentage.
But what I'm saying is, if people don't sign on, the defendant doesn't get money back. The defendant won't get money back just because everybody didn't sign on. That 97 million, I would assume, would be distributed between those that did sign on.
Yes, it would be distributed among those who signed on.
Okay. Yeah, I too would like to find or have some kind of documentation that is going to state or ensure that there be public disclosure of the award once it is distributed and dispersed to us. And I'm gonna need your assistance in creating that language in this resolution. Okay, thank you. Any discussion in the second round?
I'm gonna fix it. Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. Through you to the city attorney, is there any way in the second paragraph that we can add, if I'm understanding, first I want to make sure I'm understanding my colleagues correctly, because I am understanding the city attorney to say whether the settlement ends up being 97 million or 27 million, that has to be split no matter what. Flint gets that 0.000 whatever percentage, no matter what. We're just gonna get that percentage off of whatever the final dollar is. And what you all want is for the final dollar, whatever it ends up being that we get, you all want that publicly disclosed once we get it, right? That amount publicly disclosed, correct? If I'm understanding you all correctly. And so if we can, in the second paragraph, City Administration and Law Department recommend approving the settlement of the proposed national opioid settlement involving the remnants defendants, somewhere in that second paragraph, even after that, that we just put with public disclosure of the percentage that the city receives after the settlement is finalized. Can we put it in the second paragraph right there, Madam Attorney?
Yeah, yes, we can put it in there. Let me just construct some language, unless you're comfortable with what you have just stated.
No problem. Mr. Chair, I would like to move this resolution after the zoning ordinance so that we can just get the wording worked out. That's my motion. Yes, table it till the very end of the meeting.
Support.
It was motion to move this resolution or table it to the end of the meeting. Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, supported by Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution is being tabled to the end of the meeting. We're now on to ordinances. Ordinance 260122, Code Amendment, Ordinance, Chapter 18, Taxation, Funds, Purchasing, Article 4, Purchasing. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Motion to send ordinance 260122 to council.
There's been a motion and supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
We did get into, actually it was interesting last week, into why we should have this threshold, and to some of the points of my colleagues where they were stated we will be bogged down with resolutions. It's just simply not true. Our municipality was larger, the cap for spending was lower, and then we literally sat here and listened to how they were approving funds and dollars at $25,000 and $74,999 without coming to council approval. For approval. Also, as there was chatter, I guess going around City Hall, we were told that there have been items spent or funds spent, specifically ARPA, without council approval. And so there has to be a check and a balance on what's going in, what's going out, because we have simply been unable to track what's being spent. We know that this had been on the books for some years, and basically what this is doing is rolling back emergency management. And when we do that, we take control of our own city back, which they hold all of us to be responsible. And so when we look at this, you know, I hear the arguments on both sides, but I'm not in agreement with the part that it's too much work. That's what we signed up for, that's what we get elected for, because when we ask what was spent, and one example would be how much have we spent on the Mays Center? We don't know. We've been asking. We ask how much has been spent on the golf courses or received from the golf courses. We don't know. So this gives a check and a balance, which is our job to do. I am supporting this, and I look forward to hearing the debate with my colleagues. I yield the floor.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I too will be supporting this. I think that this has been long overdue. When you have an administration that isn't fully transparent and doesn't disclose, for instance, my colleague has been asking for check registers or how opioid dollars are spent, or golf course contracts, or just general spending, and we get no answers from the administration. This is a child of that. Somehow we have to rein in, because we are the purse strings of this city. We have to rein in and be transparent with our spending. So I am all for this, and I will be supporting it. I hope that my colleagues also value transparency and will also support this, because it is a the finances of the city are going to come to a screeching halt now that opioid dollars are gone. So we have to transparently disclose how each dollar is spent. We've had a lot of money come into the city, and the money's dried up. So now we have to go off of what we've have in the bank, and each dollar has to be appropriately spent. And that threshold dollar is $10,000 pre-emergency manager, and that's what this council is proposing that it go back to, so that we can monitor dollars. I know that a new round of birthday or thank you cards went out by the mayor in election season, and it's disheartening that city dollars would be spent in a blatant I'm going to say election violation. When you reach out to residents in the city in election season, where that says, "Call me if you need anything," from the mayor, when the mayor hasn't reached out or doesn't do anything for these residents for the other 5 years that they've been there, but election season, and you use city postage and city printing and put it on a nice city letterhead, you have to ask questions. And this right here hopefully curbs some of that and allows us to get back to regular order and regular spending. So I will be supporting this, and I hope my colleagues do as well. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
thank you. I too will be supporting this ordinance, and I hope my colleagues will support it as well. When you have an administration that continues to abuse the $75,000 threshold, this ordinance is needed. We need transparency, accountability, as well as justification. And this is what this ordinance is all about, those three things. So I will be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. So one of the things that I think that we all agree on up here is the fact that it is council's responsibility to ensure that the city's finances are in order and things are being spent as they should. I think we also have the same responsibility to make sure that we are not trying to step outside of our scope and be the mayor and that we're remaining the council. I do believe that, nope, not doing that, pause my time. Mr. Chair, nobody else was interrupted.
If we could, please, in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I was saying, I do think that we have a responsibility to be co-equal branches of government in the same way we do not like this administration to step in and try and control the council. I don't think that this council has a duty to step in and try and control the administration. One of the things that I was very clear on, because I did not like that it felt as though they were trying to say that we had no say in the ARPA dollars just because it was general funding. I made it very clear and I pushed back on that all the way until we got a legal opinion about the fact that once the council put that money there, that it still needed to be answered to. Mr. Chair?
If I could ask that we keep both our comments down and our respect high, that would be certainly appreciated by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, I think that there have been instances where this council has asked for answers repeatedly. So one thing I do understand is the frustration of my colleagues. I think that 10,000 is too low of a threshold. And so because of how low the threshold is, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Request for information.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Is there a at what level would you be more comfortable with?
That's an excellent question. I will give that a thought as we go through the next round. Thank you for asking, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So when they say that we have no knowledge, we get our budget reports monthly. They're not as timely as I would like, but we do receive budget reports that we can look at and ask questions of. Never once has anybody on this council asked for information on one of those reports, not since I've been on this council. So I find that this is a little
request for information?
disingenuous. Yes, which, that's, you don't have to ask.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, what budget reports do we get forwarded to us?
We get them each month. They come from our, it's come from numerous places. Some of them have come from Clyde, some of them from Mr. Moore, and some from Davina, but they do come. And I believe our last one was, when was the last budget report that we received? I think there's one in my box right now, I know that, but I put it there, I think.
Look, they just sent these. They could stop playing. We just
Okay, so,
we just got one.
anyways, we do receive those. We have received yes, we do.
We just got one.
No, we do not. So, Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Thank you in the room. Thank you.
so nobody has ever asked to report. They don't even know that they receive them and we get them every month. You know, I look at them often.
Point of order.
Every month.
What is your point?
Mr. Chair, you need to warn her for speaking to the motives of her colleagues rule 43.21. She does not know what we think, but we do know she believes in DEI hires and has a problem with them.
Thank you.
'Cause I'm tired of her.
Councilwoman, if you would be.
Mr. Chair, I was not mentioning anybody's motives. I was stating a fact.
If you would be mindful of the implications of your statements.
I'm saying that nobody has ever asked a question about our monthly budget reports that we receive from the administration. There's no motives indicated in that. It's just a fact. So I'm not, 10,000 is way too low. Absolutely. Is 75 the right number? I don't know. But 10,000 is just way too low.
Request for
And
information?
What's your request? Oh, you don't have to request information.
No. What?
Because you're the one who approves that.
Okay. 75 being, 10,000 being too low, 75 being high. What number are you comfortable to vote yes on tonight?
I don't know that I'm comfortable today at all. However, we have had this resolution, this ordinance before us in the past, and it was voted down. And we did, I believe the number that was floated around at that time was 50,000. But it was turned down at that time. So, like I said, we have the opportunity to look at those budget reports monthly, and no one yet has asked a question.
Request for information.
Thank you.
Request
I'm
for
done.
information. To the speaker, do those budget reports tell us how each dollar is being spent?
No. She thinks she didn't see it, so she folded her hands.
Like there's no magic bullet in these budget reports that tell us what $75,000 was spent on. Is there?
It doesn't.
Councilwoman? Oh, go ahead. You have the floor. Oh, you're done? Okay. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing no movement, I'll take a few minutes. As I hope it would be recognized, I'm trying to find a way to move this forward. Willing to listen to and wanting to hear input from colleagues that may not be comfortable at this number. Well, how can we come to ground where we are in our role doing best we can to between hold accountable and or promote transparency, do so. Now, I'm going to not make explicit reference or inference about what persons know or what persons don't know. What I will say is we've all been informed of discussions, meetings, and reports that I'm not going to say some have received because I haven't heard some or many speak to having received reports that others have not received. But I have heard a council member say that they've received reports or had numbers that not all other council persons have received. So again, I'm going to continue to work in the capacity that I know how to work in trying to find a place where we as a body of 9 can settle to ensure that the totality of our task is complete.
Then, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Then can we send this back to committee so that we can have that number? Well, he has the floor, so I didn't know how to do it.
I know that,
I know you said you're trying to find a number that we're
Yeah.
all comfortable on, so can we send this back to committee so we can work on a number we're all comfortable on?
I'm not wanting to make that, at this point, I'm not wanting to make that
Thank
motion
you,
myself.
Mr. Chair.
What I would like to do is, as was stated when the question was posed, to hear the second round discussion, because the response that I received by one of my council colleagues was, I'll give it that thought and talk about it in the second round. So I'll yield the floor now so we can get to the second round so I can hear that discussion. Second round. Is there any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the
Mr. Chair.
second round? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. If we were operating with transparency, and let's say some honesty here, it was the councilwoman in the 4th Ward who said she heard chatter, and the chatter, when asked for the chatter dollar amount for the ARPA funds, would not tell us. Would not. And today, she does not want to hold people accountable. And it's holding ourselves accountable too. Some votes are not popular, but they're the right things to do. And this is a vote for the right thing to do. We don't know where our ARPA funds have been expended. And these reports do not give you a detailed itemization, nor does it give you where the money went to, the name of the organization or the company or the business or the date. It does not give you that, and she knows that. So to mislead this community is just wrong in every form and shape. It's wrong. Because when people say, well, what do you have left in ARPA? Well, we don't know. When we asked basic questions and we literally got a report, we were trying to figure out funds were to accept $54,000 for the Mays Center. How do we plug that $54,000 in? Where is their budget? Where did the monies come from that they've expended on fixing it? We're not saying we're against it, but what's the total cost? Now,
Did you know that if you'd attended the budget hearing, you would have found out?
so I didn't attend all of them, Judy, because you were rude and did not, ask everyone, but you have an excuse for everything, except for answering your phone that you gave to your niece you had said before to answer it. So I'm not going to deal with you today because you have a problem. I am a black woman and you have a problem with DEI hires. So I'm going to move on. You don't have the point of order.
What is your point?
That is totally inappropriate.
Ooh, no, but it's true.
And I don't even know where she heard that.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, I will ask of you, as I asked of the councilwoman in the 4th Ward, if we would please.
I'll refrain, but it is a fact. Thank you. And so when we talk about being held responsible, it is a responsibility because we...
Hold on. If I could ask that music be stopped or taken out past the hallway, if possible, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the babies was here. So here is the most important thing. If we can, we have asked questions and the administration walked away. They took their book and they closed it up and they walked away, no answers. We asked week after week, and you just heard the CFO said you can come down to the finance office. I'm not sitting down there for hours and hours. I generally read through stuff 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning because that's when I'm not getting calls. You don't get to be the crypt keeper of the checkbook. That's not what it is. And the part that she can't separate herself from doing what is right is problematic. That does not give us the budget reports, what has been spent. And it definitely doesn't give us the chatter because she's keeping all those remarks. The chatter amount, we don't know. What we do know is that money is being spent that City Council has not approved. That we do know. That is a fact. And the fact that she's using budget reports just to throw you off, don't fall for that. We're asking for detailed itemization, and we shouldn't have to ask. Once just to ask, and then it'd be given, and that's it. Simple as that. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So there's been discussion, oh, okay, 10,000 is too low. What's the correct number? And with the lack of transparency and them crypt keeping or, hiding the check register, I don't know what that dollar value is. Maybe 10,000 is too high.
Yeah.
When you want to hide information and do it, when you want to have professional service contracts and hire anybody and their brother to do stuff and it doesn't come before council, and you want to hire PR firms, and you want to rent out the Hilton downtown for fireworks parties, and you want to do all of this stuff. There's a lack of transparency, and they're saying that they can't disclose the check register because of the hack that we got into. Well, the check register just says who we wrote checks to. How is that a security issue when it's not? It's not. They're using it to hide dollars, to hide their expenditures that they know are going to be questioned, and that's why they don't want to. That's why they don't want to publish the check register. For as long as we've had a website, there's been a check register on the website, and this administration took it off, and we all have to question, why is that? When it literally just says who they wrote a check to and the dollar value. So I don't know what the correct amount is because we can't look at the check register to verify. So in my opinion, I'll support 10,000, but maybe 10,000 is too high. So because that $10,000, is going to be exploited as well. When I hear colleagues say that they don't want to oversee the administration, guess what? That is our job with the purse strings of the city. That is our job. So you're saying you don't want to do your job? You don't want to hold anybody responsible? So you would agree that every expenditure under $75,000 you were signing on to, because that's what basically you're saying. So I'll yield. I'm done. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. I'm not sure who my colleague was referring to just now because I definitely didn't say that. What I said was we are co-equal branches of government. There are checks and balances. In the same way, we do not want them overreaching into our area. We don't need to overreach into the mayor's area. Again, as I've stated before, I think that this needs more time so that we can come up with a number that actually works. There have been times in the past where my colleagues have asked for more time to talk through a situation, and I have voted with them to give them that, so I am asking for the same courtesy. If I don't get it today, I understand, but the bottom line is I'm not supporting this today. I've stated my reasons why. I yield.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I hear my colleagues as we talk about the spending of the mayor's office and appropriately allocating funds. And it is within our purview, again, because we are supposed to be over the city's finances. That's part of our 3 jobs: ordinances, budgets, and advocating for residents. So I'm definitely in agreement there. However, I find it quite ironic that we selectively choose because, again, when it was passed in last year's budget for us to get another $30,000 to assist our wards, all y'all voted against me. Not even against me, but you voted against holding the mayor accountable to that. So now we wanna, I guess, have a problem with it. And so that's just a little concerning. So I don't know if this is the perfect timing to do this or what. But we have to understand that right is right. So if money is passed in the budget for council, whatever, we need to get what's allocated for us. But this body didn't have the political will to stand up then. It was all the no's. I think me and Councilwoman Johnson, we the only one that said yes. So with that being said, yeah, if you all want to discuss it some more, it sounds like a good idea, but you know, I'm a little conflicted. I'm like, are we doing this for alternative purposes, or are we doing this because we really care? So I'm here to continue to listen. I'm definitely on board to finding out where the money is, because I'm still waiting to have my ARPA questions answered from February the 5th. Haven't heard anything yet. So I'm for it, but again, I just want to make sure this body that we're operating in the vein of, you know, just doing things because they're right, not doing things because it's the right time or because it's right for you specifically. We had an opportunity to do great things for our ward, which was passed through the budget. This body said no. And so if he wants, if you all want to deduce this now to $10,000, this is interesting. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that the $30,000 ARPA funds awarded to each ward for the ward initiatives have anything to do with this ordinance. Now, if I can remember correctly, you guys voted on an ARPA budget. And within that ARPA budget, each ward, it was budgeted that each ward would receive $30,000 for their ward initiatives, each council member for their ward initiatives. We all received our $30,000. It was only a one-time $30,000. So no, I'm not going to vote for us to get another $30,000 for ward initiatives when you already should have used your ward initiatives on your ward. Okay?
Request for information.
What is your request?
Is the speaker aware that since we passed the previous year budget, another allocation was to go forth? And do you think that the 5th Ward would want you to vote against receiving another $30,000 to help them out?
Yes,
okay.
They would. Because you know what? Really and all, the majority of that money should have gone to the residents for home improvements and whatever else was needed for the residents.
Request for information.
You know what? You're abusing the request for information. Mr. Chair, I'm speaking.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Do you think that the $30,000 that we would have received for our ward wouldn't have went to the residents? Wasn't that what it was for?
So what I'm saying is this. This ordinance does not have anything to do with that $30,000 ward initiative of ARPA. This ordinance that we're getting ready to vote on, it has to do with transparency, accountability, and justification. You should be tired of this administration abusing that $75,000 threshold. The young man on Wednesday stood up there and said that they were able to spend $25,000 without council approval. Your mayor just had a press conference saying that he gave $25,000 to the YWCA. He's using money, $50,000 for the rodeo. Use money to keep that community service center open over there on Clio Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, Madam Clerk, we'll go to roll call vote on the ordinance 260122 to council.
Through the chair, can we clarify what the vote is for? Because this is an ordinance, so are you voting to move it to council, or what is the vote?
The motion, Mr. Chair, the motion on the floor is to move it to council.
Yes, that's my understanding.
So once it's moved to council, it would fall under the header to acknowledge for first reading.
I'm sorry?
Once it is moved to council, it would be moved to the header under to acknowledge for first reading may be referred from special affairs.
I'm sorry. So to move it for first reading.
So it'll be moved to council, where it will then be considered for first reading by the council.
Okay.
So the roll call, Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson? The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion failed. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send 260135 to council.
There's a motion to move 260135 to council. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So, I helped get the current zoning permit, or the zoning adopted. I've been very hands-on in the zoning ordinance. And I say that to say this: I will not be supporting this the way that it is written tonight. I understand that we need to reform green zone. We need to reform a few different things. My objection are duplexes in TN and TN1 and TN2. I say that because, and I'm under the understanding. Can I have it quiet in the back, please? Can I have it quiet in the back, please? Thank you. We have to protect the housing that we have, along with building new housing. And by taking and allowing duplexes in TN1 and TN2 without any additional scrutiny is a horrible proposition, because it potentially devalues our current housing stock. We cannot have a duplex that comes in and has a 20-foot setback next to a house that has a 40-foot setback. To me, you're devaluing your neighbor when you do that. And we talk about we want to make housing more affordable. Well, guess what? Nobody is building housing in Flint except for nonprofits. So when you look at, okay, a nonprofit is going to come in and buy a lot for $100 because they don't care. They're not paying any property taxes. They don't pay any property taxes. They put a duplex on that is 20 foot closer to the road than the neighbor on either side of it. So what we're doing is we're saying everyone that has stayed, to my Chris Del Moroni, those who stay will pay. And you take someone that has been in the neighborhood forever, they're retired, whatever else, they're only generational wealth is their home. And we're going to prop a duplex that boxes them in on either side of it. I don't have any problems with trying to make it more affordable or put duplexes in certain zones that are vacant or green or whatever we want to do to try to boost building. I have no problem with that. But we have to protect our current stock. And I looked it up. I did research because that's what I do. If this passes today, Flint will be the only community in the state of Michigan that allows duplexes in every one of their residential zones without additional scrutiny. So you can't build this you can't go to Ann Arbor and in a certain residential area and build a duplex. My issues with duplexes and putting them where there currently are no duplexes or where they don't fit. That is what I have a problem with. We have a problem with group homes now, where, group homes, they don't have parking for them, and we have group homes that are taking up the whole streets, blocking driveways, everything else. That is what a duplex is going to do to every neighborhood. So when I look at and drive down the city and see, homes that are taken care of, and then I see a vacant or abandoned property next to them, that vacant or abandoned property can now be bought by a nonprofit and build a duplex and basically devalue the house that person has taken care of their whole life. So I will not be supporting this. If we want to discuss green zones and we want to discuss where it would be appropriate to have duplexes, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But to take any of our existing that are well-maintained, well-kept up areas and devalue those homes when our property taxes in TN and TN1 and TN2 pay the bills in this city, I will not devalue that and put our current housing stock in jeopardy. I will not do it. I yield.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I know this has been before us for quite some time now. I don't necessarily want to belabor it, but I would like to ask a few questions if someone is available through you to just answer a couple of questions.
Who are you requesting?
So this department has switched a lot, so I just need whomever is supposed to answer it now. I think it's Mr. Menifee. Good evening, Mr. Menifee. How are you?
Hey, I'm great, thanks. How are you?
Good. I was listening to my colleague, and he was talking about how this does give way to, and one of the issues that I do have in my ward is the fact that you have people that purchase property and they then turn those properties into group homes where they get to do that legally through staying just under the threshold in which they have to report to LARA. And so what they've done is they've taken they've taken neighborhood structures and they've made essential parking lots in the middle of neighborhoods when they're not supposed to, and we're already fighting that battle of the fact that they receive a little fine with no requirement for them to change the parking structure back to the way it came with the house. And so now the concern seems to be that we will be allowing people to come in and build duplexes, which will then kind of serve in the same fashion. And one of the things that we are experiencing in my ward is an exodus because of different people taking advantage of systems and devaluing their property value. And so if you could just speak a little bit to what my colleague was talking about with how we avoid that with this.
So, for one, this isn't something that I worked on. This is something that I just picked up, and I'm trying to carry it over the goal line. But, from the duplexes are pretty much, yes, this will allow for duplexes, but what it's saying is that you don't have to build an entire parking lot in order to accommodate the parking structure, the parking.
So then
requirement.
it is, okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, and I read this correctly, and from your explanation, then you're saying that this will avoid the changing to the parking structure?
Yeah, so you won't have to build like a whole parking lot because, in order to have the amount of parking spaces that will be required prior to these text amendments. So if you have like a regular size lot, like you're gonna build a duplex, which I don't know why all the focus is on duplexes, because it does encourage single family homes as well. But
thank you.
Yes. So it does say that if you have one lot, if you don't have the space for a whole parking lot to accommodate the number of parking spots that would normally be required, then you can use street parking instead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I yield.
Yeah.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
thank you. I think that when we look at affordable housing, types of housing, and green spaces, Flint has got a ton of green space. And when people are saying, like I'm gonna say, well, not even my block, we say Austin Street.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can say where Councilman Mays lived on Russell Street.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy the whole block, just about, 2 or 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at, and I understand because their areas are more populated with homes that are occupied with home ownership. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're saying putting duplexes in this, where do we put them at? And I get that. I get that part, and I get the setback part, and I get the setback part too, where some of our buildings are, that where they encroach so close to the street, and it's not actually the same thing. Some of them, we look at, people had front yards, and people had driveways.
Mm-hmm.
Very few alleys do we have, like Detroit. We have one on DuPont Street because it goes up,
mm-hmm.
and there's an alley behind Chevrolet, Flushing, and DuPont right there, and it's an alley. But we don't have a lot, very rare, but that's because going up. And so when we look at this, and I get when we say, well, they voted 100, everyone voted yes. I think there has to be consideration, because I know in the 7th Ward, there were really strong concerns about group homes in the 7th Ward, and different types of housing. And that neighborhood has been stable. I went to Pierce
mm-hmm.
School and walked with my friends home for lunch. And that neighborhood has not really changed. It's still home ownership. So where do we put these? Where is it allowed that we can put these duplexes at? Is it entire city? Is it like a blanket, or do we have like a new development? And I think that's where it's. So was it ever, I know you're just getting this, was it ever discussed to just put in certain areas, or, because this is, when I look for as when you're a homeowner. I remember looking, my first home we bought, and it was in Saginaw. The areas were so inconsistent with building homes. You'd have a really nice home, a colonial, you'd have a long ranch, and then you might have a 2-bedroom that looked like it had no business on the block. And so when we look at consistencies with the neighborhoods, where does it allow? And we have to, realistic, when you're looking at real estate, people look for consistent neighborhoods in single-family home ownership for their homes. And I think that is probably, I understand what they're stating. And I don't know, do you know if it was ever discussed for green zones or areas where there's not, where it's sparsely populated?
Those are in here too, you know. From, you know, everything that I know about this, you know, isn't just like a one area of the city type of solution, if you want to call it that, you know. So.
And I get their areas are more higher property value.
I can't say this though, like in our department, like, you know, a lot of people, like, you know, own lots, you know, north end of Flint, that are green zone. They're looking to develop housing, but because of the way that, you know, the zoning changed in 2022, that changed it to where they are unable to develop these single-family homes as well, too.
I know duplexes were popular. My parents' first home was a duplex, 757 East Baker Street. It has since then been torn down because that area it's been changed. It changed in the early 80s. But when we look at a lot of our duplexes and did they withstand over the time, a lot of them, they needed housing, but they're gone. They're gone. And so when we're looking at no driveways, I don't know. I'm gonna listen to my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion in the first ward?
Yes, I have a question.
Councilwoman in the third ward?
I was just wondering, the apartments that you guys are tearing down on Atherton, I can see like Lippincott, why you guys are not rebuilding in that area where y'all had, where y'all had the apartments and stuff at, where there were parking lots that accommodated everything.
We're not tearing down any parking lots.
The Terrace, Stonegate, Regencies.
Yeah, from my understanding, that is Atherton East, and it was in a flood. It was in a floodplain, so that has something to do with the Choice Neighborhood Grant. This is something totally different.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Menifee. So what are the benefits of this ordinance and, you know, bringing duplexes to the community?
Yeah, for me, it's, you know, new housing development in our city. You know, we do have a housing shortage here, and it just seems like the emphasis is on duplexes, like, you know, just because, you know, it is in the language, but this also allows for single-family homes, too. You know, I haven't, personally, since I've been in this department, I haven't had anyone come in that are requesting to build duplexes. Every request that I've had has been for single-family homes.
You say everyone that you have has been for single-family homes?
Yes, ma'am. In the time that I've been here. I'm not saying that there wasn't, you know, prior to me being there, but all the requests that have been coming in have been for single-family homes on lots that are privately owned, and the owners have come in and, you know, look to build new housing on their lots.
Okay, so is this an ordinance that you would support? Do you?
I would.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Mr. Menifee. So this is where I stand. We have a lot of people coming here, talking about it's a housing shortage, people don't have any place to stay, people homeless. You go to the valley, you see people parking their cars underneath bushes, and they are living in clusters. You know, if I park my car a couple doors down, then we can watch one another's back. I mean, this is happening throughout the city. People don't have a place to go. And so on the north side, it's real. And I understand that we have a lot of green space on the north side. So much green space, I mean, it's hard to keep it cut. That's a big reason why I fight so hard when we're talking about blight, because all we have is green space. I would love for someone to bring some duplexes over here to the north side of town, because people need places to live. Regardless of how you feel about the council person, regardless of, we need to look at what's factual. So you can't come up here talking about we need new housing, people are homeless, and then when we have an opportunity to house people, we don't. And then a lot of people, they're getting away from single-family homes, because I noticed too in the second ward, a lot of people, they should not be in single-family homes so they can't take care of it. So a duplex will allow one to own a piece of the American dream as well as share responsibility in the upkeep. I'm totally for it. I am definitely totally for it, because again, we have a severe housing shortage again. And we heard the residents come up in support of this. The zoning commission, they approved this unanimously. So I don't like saying one thing and then doing something totally opposite. So if we're for housing, like I know I'm for housing, if I believe that it is a housing shortage, you know, I see people living in abandoned houses. This is an opportunity for, and I'm not talking about just people, I'm not talking about just what we think of homeless. I'm talking about people moving in with their wife and dogs. They're moving into, and their children, so they're moving into these homes, land bank homes. They go on land bank, going here to show a house, but you can't show the house because it's full of stuff, because a family identified a home and then they moved into the home because they need a home. And these kids are going to school with my son. And so, well, we got somebody yelling out in back, and we hear them clear. Mr. Chair, I'm bringing them to order.
Please, I would ask the room again, please, if you can give us this meeting. Thank you.
So the point is, this may not work for other wards, I understand it. But it'll work very well for wards over here on the north side, specifically the second. So I welcome this. Please, I'm tired of looking at abandoned blocks that are used for dumping sites for local and out-of-town residents. Let's put some houses up. Let's put some people in them. Let's teach people through, they have other programs. LISC has some, they also have some through NACA. Teach people how to take care of homes so they won't become dilapidated. Let's be a part of the solution. And let's not shoot everything down like it's going to be a problem. So the second ward support this, and whoever hear me in America, I welcome you. Let's come to the second ward. Let's talk development, nonprofit, for-profit. I don't give a care. We need housing, and I can identify several blocks. And they already have the driveway going to them. Just no house. Bring those duplexes on so people can live. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I can't agree with my fellow councilwoman in the second ward anymore. I am very much in favor of housing in this city. We need it. You go on the east side, there are huge areas where there's no houses anymore. And you can combine lots and have it for a reasonable price and build on them. They've already got services at the street. They have driveways. You know, I think that's a wonderful idea. There is, I don't know how many people know that there are people living around as you're going south on Center Road and you want to go west on 69, there's a homeless encampment in there. There's a tent. And these people need a place to live, and that is not safe to be in that area. You know, a lot of the fires that happen on the east side are from homeless people trying to stay warm. are these, housing is very expensive. Duplexes are a way to reduce housing expenses because it's the building cost. Instead of having 8 walls, you're having 6. That saves money. And also your permits are one time because they're on one lot. So I'm in favor of this to increase housing across the city. And I don't care what area you're in, it works to increase the available homes for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? First round. We'll move now to the second round. Any discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I don't disagree with anything that anybody said. If you have a need and you want duplexes and there's block upon block, what I'm saying is if there is an existing neighborhood with one open lot and that doesn't have duplexes, I don't want somebody to come in there and put a duplex that is closer to the road and full of parking in an established neighborhood. That's what I don't want. If we have street upon street or whatever else that we need, and we can build row upon row of whatever housing is necessary, let's do it. But I'm saying is I don't want to isolate and disenfranchise current owners that have put their whole life into their house, and now some nonprofit that isn't going to pay taxes come and put a duplex that is right next to the road, and then every person in that neighborhood now has to deal with them parking in the road and anything else. That's what I don't want, and that's what this says it can do. So that's my complaint. It has nothing to do with disavowing duplexes everywhere. There's a spot for duplexes and there's not a spot for duplexes. And I'm saying where there's established neighborhoods and there's an open lot, or where a house burns down and the land bank buys it, or Communities First buys it, or whoever else that wants to come up here with a pre-written speech wants to build on it, I'm saying that they should not be able to build that is now, because in TN1 and TN2, the setbacks are 30 to 40 feet. And now we're saying you can put a duplex 20 feet off the road. So now you've got a house that is substantially closer to the road, multifamily, they're parking in the road in an existing neighborhood. And I'm saying I don't want to do that to our homeowners that have paid and bled for this city.
Request
I do not want to do
information.
that.
What is your request?
So, Mr. Pfeiffer, so how can they change that to reflect that?
We can send this back.
Attorney Michael.
We can send this back to the Planning Commission and remove TN1 and TN2, which is the majority of the established neighborhoods. That is as far as, I don't know the entire neighborhood or the entire zoning thing, but that is the majority of 7, 8, and 9, the well-established neighborhoods that in every well-established neighborhood in every ward might have TN1 and TN2. I'm not sure, but that is the single-family residential code for like single-family housing. So if they want to build duplexes in green where where we need to build, I'm all for it. If they want to do it in multi-residential area, MR1 and MR2, I'm all for it. But we cannot sacrifice our single-family neighborhoods that are well-established and pay taxes in the city.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. Through you to the attorney, and I'm just wondering, because we currently have an ordinance on the books for blight as far as parking. And so with this, we are looking to say parking is okay. So what happens with that ordinance as far as the parking is concerned if we're saying parking on the street is okay, but we have an ordinance that says something different?
Through the chair, the parking structures and that are outlined in this zoning ordinance are specific to what it is stating. So they're specific to certain parking lots for certain commercial businesses, and then not also counting on-street and off-street parking in certain circumstances. So I don't think that the blight ordinances are in conflict, but we can certainly check that to make sure.
Okay.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any?
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
Councilwoman in the Sixth Ward.
Through to Attorney Gurley. Attorney Gurley, are you saying that we have not looked at that before? If we approve, we have to look at that? Because we also have, what do you do if that is your only parking and it's snow? Where are you gonna park your car? Because there's no driveways. And in snow emergencies, another ordinance, your vehicle cannot be on the road.
Well, that would be the case for any vehicle if there's a snow emergency that's declared.
But they don't have a driveway, though. If their parking is street parking.
That probably is a question for the zoning division. As the legislative body, you all can consider what is before you, but under the Michigan the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, you can make recommendations and send it back to the Planning Commission for a specific amount of time, and then ask them to make adjustments and then bring it back to you.
So with the townhomes or duplexes on, is it Fifth Avenue? The parking is in the back. The ones by La Familia, the taco house, they're in the back. So that their frontage is there, but you don't park, you cannot park on that street. It's a busy thoroughfare. And so the parking is in the back. I don't know why we don't have parking because in the back of these duplexes. Because my family's, my parents' first duplex had a shared parking in the back. And that was on Baker and North, oh God, in the 60s. And so not having parking, I think, is difficult. It will be difficult for, I think we need to look at that. And then we look at the duplexes that have went up. The land bank didn't sell any of those duplexes. We do need more housing. But they didn't sell not one of those duplexes. They're now renting them. They're beautiful duplexes. But the price point was, what, $200,000. And with that price point, they're now being rented. And so now you'll have renters in the neighborhood. So I think these are just a few things that I understand what people are saying that we look at, and I agree. There's some spaces that we have green space for days. We can build single-family duplexes, will be like a new community. And in Fifth Ward, we have like a culmination of these different things. We have Smith Village University Park, we have Clark Commons, we've got townhomes. We have that, which is all predominantly new build. But there are still, I think, some questions with the TN1s, the TN2s, and how do we proceed with this? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward.
Well, I'm looking at the prints here of everything. It looks like parking is gonna be, it's not gonna be street parking. I'm looking and it looks like the parking is gonna be like, there's a couple of pictures where the parking is on the side, like the driveway. Is this where the parking is? Yeah, yeah. I can't see, because I read I said, I read something that says on-street parking cannot satisfy requirements, which means that the parking is somewhere within the, diagram there. I don't know. I think we should leave this in committee for further discussion. And I don't know if we have anyone here that can answer our questions. So,
Request for information.
yes.
Are you saying that you want to send it back to legislative and have someone from the planning commission join us?
Yeah, and someone who, land bank or the organization that's planning to do this, these duplexes.
So you're making the motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we send this back to the legislative committee.
There's a motion to send this ordinance back to legislative committee by the councilwoman in the
Support.
5th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This ordinance 260135 will be sent back to legislative.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to take off the table our walk-on, and I so move.
Motion to take off or to bring back up the add-on, take it off the table. Is there
Support.
support?
This one that we were figuring out the language.
Opioid.
And that doesn't have to be voted on. Oh, we do have to vote. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Burns?
That was weird to figure out how to say it. Yeah. 'Cause what's his-
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Their discussion, the first one.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Wait, Mr. Chair, can you say what round we're in and who has spoken?
I was still talking.
It actually was tabled during round 2, and in that round, Councilwoman in the 7th ward spoke.
Do you want to speak again? Okay, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to add one more round of 3 minutes, and I so moved.
It's a motion to add
In order without objection.
Support.
She supported.
There's a motion that was made to add a round, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Yes, 0 no. Another round has been added. Anyone choosing to speak in the round? In the 2nd round, I'm sorry. Anyone in the 2nd round? Anyone, so we'll move to the 3rd round. Anyone to speak in the 3rd round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman
Chair.
in the 7th ward.
Thank you so much. We had to table this resolution because we needed to come up with wording to ensure that once the settlement was given to us, we would know the amount that it would be made publicly, that it would be publicly disclosed. So I am proposing that we add on the following language. So right now, it's just 2 paragraphs. So, excuse me, right now it's just 3 paragraphs. I'm proposing that we add a 3rd paragraph. Paragraph 1 reads, a new proposed national opioid settlement has been reached with 6 regional dispenser defendants, Associated Pharmacies Incorporated, J.M. Smith Corporation, Louisiana Wholesale Drug Company, Morrison-Dixon, North Carolina Mutual Wholesale Drug Company, and United Natural Foods. And paragraph 2 currently reads, City Administration and the Law Department recommend approving the settlement of the proposed national opioid settlement involving the remnant defendants. This is accomplished by the City of Flint's execution of the 6 defendants remnant defendants combined subdivision participation and release form. I am adding the 3rd paragraph, which is execution of the referenced documents, entitles the City of Flint to 0.999361510% of the total settlement of the 6 regional dispenser remnant defendants, which the city will publicly disclose upon receipt. I'm adding that be paragraph number 3. And then we go into paragraph number 4, which is it is resolved that the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all things necessary to approve, effectuate, or enter into the national opioid settlement with the 6 regional dispenser defendants. And then it names all 6 of the defendants. But here, we're just adding that 3rd paragraph, which says, the execution of the referenced documents entitled the City of Flint, 0.999361510% of the total settlement of the 6 regional dispenser remnant defendants, which the city will publicly disclose upon receipt.
Request for information.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, what is your request?
Can we, so just my thoughts, can we say that the city is expecting the point whatever of the 97 million or whatever that dollar value is? Can we say we are expecting this?
The only reason that language isn't going in there is because if someone comes in, it's not going to be the 97 million. So us putting it in there would be false because we don't know how many people are going to sign on after us.
But that dollar value doesn't change, right? The total dollar value isn't going to change. Our
So you want to add the
0.9 something is going to change, right?
No, the percentage stays the same. I see what you're saying. So you want the total that is expected and the percentage in there.
I would say, Mr. Chair, if we can just go back and forth real quick, I would say the city is expecting 0.009 of 97 million. If it is anything
of the total 97 million settlement.
If it is anything other than that, they would put out a statement of the dollar value. You know what I'm saying?
Through the chair, just to make it cleaner, if you can just put the 0.90%, whatever that 7 figure is, of the total settlement amount.
Okay,
because eventually we will.
It does say of the total settlement.
Okay, but it could change, and I am just trying to avoid the city coming back and saying, oh, well, we got a lot less or we got a lot more. Whatever that amount is, it has to come before council, and at that juncture, we'll know the total pot, we'll know what the city is supposed to get, and we'll know how many municipalities also signed on.
So just add the word dollar after settlement thing? Because right now it just says execution of the reference documents entitles the city of Flint to the percentage of the total settlement of the 6 regional dispenser remnant defendants, which the city will publicly disclose upon receipt. So are you saying just add of the total settlement dollars? And just put dollars after the word settlement?
That's fine.
Okay. We're the only ones trying to figure it out.
So is that your motion? Turn it into 2.1 to add that?
Yes. And Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if you had what I said. I can email it. And I just have to add the word dollars.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman.
Since this is the last resolution on this, can we get a 3-minute recess while the language is given to the clerk?
Without objection, we'll take a 3-minute recess.
mine back. Oh, I've got enough time to go back to it. It's in the wall, it's plugged in.
Come back now, just take off. Okay. What do you think, Mr. Priestley? How about the gas station man? He's here on the street.
Madam Clerk, do you have the information, Madam Clerk? Okay. If I could ask the council members back to their seats, please, so we can continue the meeting. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if we can get ready and take the roll call, please.
Okay, it is 7:13 p.m. and we'll take the roll call to return this meeting to order. Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 7 members present.
So we have 7 members present. We took recess such that the clerk could work with the clerk to get the wording for the resolution. Is there then a
Mr. Chair,
councilman in the 8th ward?
can we get the clerk to read the language and then before I support it?
Madam Clerk, would you read the addition to the resolution, please?
The language to be added as a 3rd paragraph before the resolve reads, execution of the referenced documents entitles the City of Flint to .099361510% of the total settlement dollars of the 6 regional/dispenser remnant defendants, which the city will publicly disclose upon receipt.
Thank you. Is there then
Support.
a motion?
That was
That was a
That was a
motion.
motion, I support.
And it's supported, and that's going to become a .1?
Yep. Roll call.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote to amend this to a .1.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. Is there a motion?
Motion to send the .1 amendment to council?
Motion to send to council.
Support.
Made by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. And with this, there is discussion. Any discussion in the first round on the .1? Any discussion in the first round? Closing the first round. Any discussion in the second round? In the second round, seeing no movement, Madam Clerk, roll call vote to send the .1 to council.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That add-on resolution has been moved to council.
Mr. Chair, motion to adjourn.
It's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th Ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This Special Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned at 7:18.
Oh, you need a gavel for your voice is loud enough.
I know. I think you need to hear both sounds. Oh, is Davina here?
Keep them on video, Mitchell. I felt. gallery. And Mr. Wilson, he say he gonna run for what? I ain't saying that he gonna run for. I said, Mr. Wilson ain't no joke. You know about the military. The military is Trump. Peace to the Middle East. But Trump and Israel calling shots right now for Jesus Christ to come in and kick ass. The king, the real king of Jerusalem. That's why they told Trump to read the Bible for a whole week in the whole White House. Where they had darkies build the White House and nobody want to talk nothing about it, but Miss Burns gonna take it to the special master tonight of a black man. He built the house without a compass. He built blueprint. What?
Where can they find you at, man?
What?
What's your name, man?
My name is R.L. Mitchell.
The time is now 7:29 p.m. on Monday, April 27th. I hereby call the City Council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Not in.
Not in. Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Machette?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Vice President, if you will please.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It is now time for the prayer of blessing. Before we get to that, is there anyone who would like to recognize a lost loved one or a grieving family?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I would like to acknowledge the loss of LaMarcus Kills.
Thank you.
Who passed away.
Is there anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to have a moment of silent prayer for the families who have lost loved ones. The family of Mr. Fred Allen, the family of Mrs. Selby Maddie Peterson, the family of Mrs. Frida Bizzle, and the family of Mrs. Oris Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam President,
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I would like for the residents to remember in a special way Mother Viola Massey, and also Mr. Mike Evans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Councilman Pfeiffer.
I'd like to remember former Mayor Don Regal. I know that Miss Inez Brown, our former clerk, was a dear friend of Mr. Regal, so recognize him this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam President,
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
I would like to echo the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward's acknowledgement of the life of Viola Massey and her family. I also would like to ask prayer for the Anderson family. That family has had loss of both parents. Mr. Anderson passed in December, and his wife passed earlier this month. So we're asking prayer for the Anderson family as well as the Geist family in their time of loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Thank you. I would like to also acknowledge the Massey family in their loss. Also would like to recognize the passing of Mr. LaMarcus Kills, and also would like to recognize the passing of former Senator Regal. And I would ask that the administration would place the flag at half-staff in his honor. At this time, Councilwoman Priestley, if you would please.
Father, we thank you for bringing us together in this beautiful city. And we ask for your guidance as we do the city's work. We ask for blessings on those families previously mentioned, and that you help with their grief and understanding of your will in their lives. Lord, we ask that you have your hand on us as we make decisions about the city and the future of this community. In your name, amen.
Councilwoman Priestley. At this time, are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes and/or additions, the Law Department is requesting that we go into a closed session. Madam Attorney, if you would.
Good evening, Council. Through the chair, the Law Department is requesting a closed session to discuss matters exempt from discussion by state or federal law related to the 2017 water service agreement between the Great Lakes Water Authority and the City of Flint. This is only pertaining to matters related to attorney-client privilege. All other matters pertaining to this contract is public, is open to the public. So these are only related to attorney-client privilege.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Motion to go into closed session.
There's a motion to go into closed session. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamina's not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair, please announce the vote.
Would you repeat the vote? I'm sorry.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is 7:35 p.m. We will go into closed session.
got that wet well, that's that new language they got. The water, the big slab of metal, and making a whole lot of do of cement. They take it to the recycling yard, get all about 700 tons of that stuff. Anyway, they make all kind of money off of Flint, and the lawyers study trying to go up and they won't raise this. It is about the lawyers, not the people.
Where the Waffle House at? Where the Waffle go? They go with their dad. I would stay home. Where's the Waffle House at?
I don't think it's well close.
Oh, yeah, I know. Dennis, you thought I was lying, honey, I'm cold.
I'm not cold, I'm just, when I went to the dentist today, his bit caught in my tooth and went into my tongue. My tongue is really, really hurt, and it was bleeding and everything. It was really bad. It's very sore. I can't eat. I haven't I haven't been able to eat on this side.
90 faces swollen. So
Oh no.
I got to take her into the dentist. The doctor said it was her tooth. So yesterday she was asking about her husband.
Her what?
What JC at, her husband.
Oh.
Well, listen, when you have options. The time is now 8:05 p.m. on Monday, April 27th. I hereby call the City Council meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Present?
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 8 members
We have
present.
8 members present. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box is placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, about this private meeting you had just now, talking about the lawyers of Flint, of people supposed to represent we the people, don't want to, they wanted a private meeting, don't want to, you see they wrong straight up for not allowing the peoples to hear what you're talking about to the peoples. Look at it over there. Just like Michelle Young, they done worried Linda Boone so much she just quit because was to go to the Board of Education and was to be on at the same time, and she just walked off the accountability meeting, and here come the lawyer, Michelle Young, asked for a raise. Whoever heard of somebody ask for a raise because Detroit getting more money than Flint? And then now they come up in City Hall talking about the public shouldn't hear this. Attorney, look at her over there. Probably talking about all the attorney running away with all them bees. Pay them first before they pay the people who got poison in the water stuff. You got to assume that's what y'all talking about back there. And when finish killing us off, but we don't have nothing like General Motors did. They got their cut and went and didn't get no that and leave peoples in here to talk like Too Tall Jones, like he don't give a care. He talking stuff that he know what to say, but he won't go. He know like the ombudsman. He know the killers in Flint, but he don't want to say nothing about them. They're waiting right now till they get dark and before they shoot up the house and there happen to be nobody in there and stuff. And y'all act like something. It ain't like nothing to it. The junkin' gangsters out there, they probably done threatened the mayor and the police department too. And it ain't like the police can't do nothing about it. And all that junk. With that dope money over on St. John Street and all that. They got them old stupid apartment houses over there by the Mexican restaurant. And ain't nobody in them yet. And the people, at Hope Center, they got kicking them out because time they found out about the welfare, that they had their welfare work better than, but when the black people started finding out, they talking about closing the Hope Center down. Then they go over there and get burned up in a house 2 blocks away from Hope Center. And they sleep up beside the Hope building, and the priest started that stuff 25 years ago. Broke that sword was stuck in that devil's head. He saw me looking at it. I said, why you? He said, I broke that. Because people like you, that promote violence. What kind of priest is that? He in cahoots with the devil. He's drunken, cursed generation. Hey,
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I'm just going to go through. I don't think a lot of these people are no longer in. John Baker, Madison Quick, Allison Montgomery Littlejohn, Joel Arnold, Ezekiel Harris. Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. Let me start off by asking, First Ward has $24,000 in ARPA funds left that was supposed to be spent in their community. Neighborhood Engagement HUD had to send it back. And this was discussed a while ago, and you all got emails from Tom Wyatt from Neighborhood Engagement HUD. What is going to be done with the remainder of their funds? Are they going to spend it? Are you all going to find a new fiduciary? Are you going to ask Mr. Edwards how will they get the money? Because they are still waiting on their money in their ward, $24,000. We have a serious case of health crisis here in Flint. I'm asking, we need 107 people to sign up for the blood test to detect cancer. It can detect cancer 3 to 5 years out. And it's understandable that a lot of people fear that the answer will come back that they have cancer. But the benefit of this is you're not finding out when it's too late. It's nothing worse than hearing someone call me or inbox me and tell me that they have cancer and it's terminal and it's nothing that anyone can do for them. With this test, it's AI generated and it can detect cancer or a signal 3 to 5 years early. You stand 80% chance of beating cancer if you take this test. In order for us to keep the resources, we need to get 107 people to participate. It's Life in 3D. I wish I would have brought the number, but it's on my Facebook page, and we definitely need to do it. It doesn't make sense that we have to drive all the way to Detroit for different doctors, radiation, chemotherapy, and all these different things, even for children with kidney damage. You have to go all the way to Detroit just to be able to get seen by professional doctors. So please look up Life in 3D over on Miller Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
David Peachy, Derek Dorman, Audrey Muhammad.
Audrey Muhammad for the 2nd Ward. Well, in honor of Occupational Therapy Month, I'd like to bring up another concern just noticed it, really hadn't paid that much attention to it. But that bathroom ain't handicapped accessible. That sign need to come off of that door. That bathroom back there, that stall, if you come up here in a wheelchair, you ain't getting in that bathroom stall. Not only that, the toilets are not at the comfort height that's required to be a handicapped accessible bathroom. So that handicap sign need to really come off of that door. That's a violation. Just letting you know. When this room was renovated, we got so many leaks that come up in that bathroom, and those bathrooms, they horrible. Nobody thought about taking care of the bathrooms during that renovation state. That need to be taken care of, or take the sign off the door. We've had so many violations that go along up in here, and sometimes we miss them until somebody brings it up to us. So I'm requesting that the sign come off the door. Just know, I've been doing this for 24 years. I'm an occupational therapist, and I can tell you that bathroom is nowhere, a wheelchair cannot get into that handicap stall in there. It's not large enough. It's not enough room in there. And then once again, that toilet is not at a comfort height for anyone. If a handicapped person go in there to use it and have to sit down, it's gonna be hard to get that person up off of that toilet. Do this every day. That's my job. Let's just take care of that. Once again, before my time is up, let's think about our senior citizens. Love the senior centers. They're beautiful. They service people, but what percentage of our seniors in Flint actually go to those senior centers? They are not serviced. They are complaining because they did not get proper, they feel like they were not treated fair with the ARPA funding. It did not come to and help and assist them, as it has been implied that the seniors were taken care of. So the seniors were not taken care of, because you have a low percentage of the people who benefit from those senior centers. They don't go, or they can't get out their homes to go. We're suffering. Please take care of the seniors. Just so you know, I am one of the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing? I've been in and out of council meeting today, so I don't know which one of y'all said this, but y'all brought up something good. And when y'all brought up the fact that y'all said y'all wanted to, whatever we had in our city, bring back from that we lost through the emergency manager. I've been saying that for years. I really wish our city was being operated and ran the way it was before the emergency manager came here and destroyed us. This past Friday, I did a press release, and I opened the press release up by telling the lady that was interviewing me that what I'm about to tell you, you're not going to be able to put on the news. And what I told her was, the city of Flint should have had 1,000 people in Lansing every day demanding that they use their rainy day fund to fix our city. And it just so happened that she happened to be from the city that I mentioned. And I said, if this happened in Ferndale, Michigan, they would have fixed it instantly. And I also said, it's a shame that 12 women received more money for being inappropriately touched than the entire city that was poisoned. And another thing that I told her was that everybody in Flint that opted in to the settlement didn't qualify. And I feel that everybody, no matter what, even if all you did was help people put water in cars, if all you had to do was rinse your chicken off with bottled water, you should have got at least $50,000 at the end of the day. Think about it. But in the future, We need people that will really stand up and do what's best for the citizens. Just like those request forms that Eric Mays died with. There's no way in the world that he shouldn't have not gotten 9 votes to help take care of the residents, but that did not happen. And let me say something else about the Harper funds. You guys had the ability to write up and spend that money also. Y'all didn't have to give it back to the city. Y'all could have did something on your own. You could have wrote a resolution up and you could have got 5 votes. You could have voted 5, you could have put the 5 votes in to take care of the proposal that Eric Mays had while he was running for mayor. And that's something else that got to change in our city. If a person says something that is helpful for the residents of Flint, you got to learn how to get behind that idea, even though you ain't behind that person. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mary Copany, Kristen Pollard, Ashley Strozier, April Stone.
She's going through names that, she's going through names of people that are not here to get to the names of people who are here.
That's the last name I called, April Stone.
That's who she's calling up.
You people like you don't want to call our names. What's the matter with y'all?
RL, stop yelling out.
Yes, dear.
Miss Stone, Miss Stone.
I came to address you, Ms. Lewis. When I called you and you called, huh? Oh, thank you. I called you because Ms. Machette told me that my concerns were for my council person. I normally don't call you because the first time I asked you for something and met you at the Haskell, you stood out there 2 hours talking to Chief, whatever his name, Green. And then said, oh, you waiting to talk to me? You knew I was. And then when I asked you a question the other day, you told me I can make it to the council meetings. Only way I can get something from you, the people you do something for, is who come to your little chatty meetings. The reason I don't come to your meetings, because when I did come, y'all won't talk about nothing. And like you said, you do favors for your friends at your meetings. And you gave a raffle or something, and everything you gave was to the same person. So no, it wasn't no sense in me coming, wasting my time. I'm elderly, I'm injured, and everything else, and I'm gonna break my neck to come down here, and you ain't gonna do nothing for me. Like you said, since I don't come to your meetings, you don't have nothing. You do stuff for your people that come to your meetings. I've been buying property in this city for 48 years. I should get some kind of consideration for whatever is going on, whatever they're giving away, or whatever they're doing for the public. But you seem to feel like the only people can get your attention is a man or your friends. So I specifically came down here to make sure that I let you know that when you have a seat like that, you're supposed to be for the citizens of this city, of your ward, not just for the people that can take their time out, ain't got nothing else to do, but to come look at y'all play favoritism. I got some serious things going on at my house, and I don't think you was remotely concerned. And then the time you acted like I didn't even know you knew my name. Until I came in here one day, I seen Mr. Wilson coming up here. I said, oh, they must be having a meeting. I came up here to see about, and the man was talking, came up here asking about $576,000 for the water meters that wasn't no good. And I said, and that's the same thing they was telling me, come pay, I gotta pay $260 to get, for them to come out up front to get a meter. I didn't call you. Anytime I call somebody for some help. I don't call them just for to be talking, because I got better things to do with my time. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Burns, for all the things that you do for me.
Thank you. You said that was the final public speaker, Madam Clerk?
Nope, we have Tanya Jones. And then lastly, Doug Schultz.
I think he left.
So that is the last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Ms. Stone, for coming and addressing what you believe was true. Unfortunately, what you said is grossly untrue. And for those that know me know that I will never turn down anyone for help if it's within my power. You reached out to me and you told me that Councilman Machette told you to contact me for grants. I don't have grants. I don't. But I did encourage you to come to the meeting because we have the nonprofits and people that are in charge of the program that can help you there. I never stated that I will never help you. I never told a resident there. So it is unfortunate that you will come to that lectern and spew that, because that's untrue. Now, if you believe that Tanya Burns is helping you, I encourage you to vote for her for your mayor. But as for the second ward, everyone that works with Dr. Liddell Lewis know that I always show up and I do my part. Now, you told me that you had an issue with your fence. I came over, I took pictures, I advocated on behalf of the land bank for you. And then you began telling me about someone coming into your back door, ransacking your house. Excuse me, this is my time. And so I encourage you to reach out to the chief because I'm not a police officer. So if someone is breaking and entering into your home, that has nothing to do with me. So in my lane, what I can control, I controlled it. But I will never ever tell no resident that I'm only helping my friends, because my friends are those in the second ward and beyond. And if I can help anyone in all wards, no, I don't brag about it, I just do it. And I encourage you to keep working with Ms. Burns if she's giving you the work that you desire. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, I'm going to have to ask you to stop yelling out, please and thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? All right. Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, we will move on to the consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
There has been a motion by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward to approve the consent agenda. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. I do need to, as a note, we're given 260124 that we need to amend this language. So I want to go ahead and separate that. Are there any other separations at this time?
Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm going to separate 260128.
128. Sorry, let me.
Madam Chair,
1 second. I have to find 128.
it's on page 7.
Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. Mr. Pfeiffer, are you done? Okay, Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to separate 260073.
260073. Are there any more separations? Councilwoman Burns.
260078.
We talked about this. 78.1, okay.
And that's all, that's it.
All right, so the consent agenda, are there any more separations? Perfect. The consent agenda will include all of our minutes, will also the draft and proposed, all the petitions and communications, along with Resolution 260111, which is the change order for Raymond Robson LLC fiscal year 2024 audit. Resolution 260113, Contract Trio Paint General Contractor Services. 260125, which is to accept the fiscal year 24 state and local cybersecurity grant program authorized grant agreement. 260126, accept State of Michigan MCO's Public Safety Academy Assistance Program Award. 260127, Lutz Roofing Company Water Plant Roof. 260132, change order number 4, Weinstein Electric Company Additional Electrical Services. And add on 1.1. And I think that is all. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamina is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Moving on to the first separated item of the evening, 260124, which is the support of MDOT Transportation Alternative Program TAP grant. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, go ahead.
I didn't.
And Councilman in the 8th Ward, go ahead. I just need somebody to.
I need to, I'm going to make an amendment to add the paragraph as was distributed to us. Whereas the City of Flint recognizes that the property being committed to Grand Traverse Greenway Trail, non-motorized trail Phase 2 is owned by the City of Flint. So I'm going to make a motion to amend this to a .1 to add that paragraph, and I so move.
There is a motion to change this to 260124.1, adding the previously read paragraph. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamine is not in. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Pfeiffer.
motion to approve 260124.1.
There's a motion to approve 260124.1, which is to support MDOT Transportation Alternatives Program Grant, also known as TAP. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the second round?
Yeah, real quick.
Go ahead, second round's on you.
Through you to the city attorney. Madam Attorney, like, we're giving this, but do we transfer ownership over?
I'm sorry, through the chair, of what area?
This is, we're giving, or we're letting the Genesee County, I believe, I'm not sure, it's 260124. Do you, I'm not, like, they're using a part that's owned by the city, so are we, why did we recognize that? Are we giving that to them? Or what was the point of us recognizing that the city of Flint owns that? So we will do, are you aware, we will maintain ownership? They will just be leasing it or something for indefinite period of time for $0? Is that?
Well, through the chair, according to this reso, it is to support the application. It does not speak to the city relinquishing any of its property. That would have to be a resolution that would have to be approved by council to give city-owned property to another entity.
Because this is basically what we're doing. If we're giving them access to trail property for an indefinite period of time, isn't that basically giving away the rights to it? Because there's no time period that this states, so this is forever.
Well, I'd have to look at the actual agreement, but under this reso, basically, we're just allowing them to maintain it, which is almost like, in my mind, like a management agreement, not that we're giving the property over to the county, not city-owned property.
Okay. So they're going to maintain it till... Do we have an actual map of this area?
Yes, in the capital improvement plan.
Is it part of this resolution, are you?
It is. The law department did ask for, more information about this project.
Yeah, we don't. Okay. Yeah, I see that. I just don't see the.
Is there anyone else?
The map we have is.
No, it's not in color.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for the resolution 260124.1, which is support MDOT Transportation Alternatives Program Grant TAP. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 26124.1 passes. Moving on to the next separated item, which is Resolution 260073, which is the Budget Amendment 2526 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Block Grant. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Fourth Ward.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there support? It's supported by the councilman in the Ninth Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the second round? You have the floor in the second round. Go ahead. You're the only one that's going to.
We are on 260073, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Madam Chair, I separated this because I will not be voting to approve this resolution. And I stated my reasons earlier on, so we can go on with the vote.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, this is the roll call vote for 260073, Budget Amendment 2526, Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Block Grant. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 260073 is approved. Moving on to Resolution 260078.1.
Madam Chair.
Sorry. Alley Vacation 3009 North Saginaw Street between Leith and McClellan Street. Councilwoman in the Fourth Ward.
Motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve. Is there support?
support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
If I could have the owner come up through.
If you would please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we were cut off the last time, so I just want, Monte, you can go home, I ain't getting ready to, it's gonna be a yes. You good, you look tired. Look, I'm excited about this project, actually, but, so they came to you.
No, the store owners, they go to them and, like if they have a big enough lot where
What will be your service station name? Will it be a Amoco, a Citgo, a Sunoco?
that, I'm not sure yet, unless engineering knows of the name.
And how many pumps will you have?
There's gonna be 3 or 4.
3 or 4 pumps, so,
Right?
and each pump has, was it 2?
Yes, it's a double-sided pump.
So they're changing, so the store will change too? 'Cause the store, when was it redid? Because that's not the original Riviera. Right.
They'll be doing some
The store was
remodeling.
redid about probably about
10 years ago?
17, yeah. It's been a minute.
What was the original year that Riviera was built, that lot? Do you know?
That lot, I believe it's an older lot.
Yeah, probably 60, 70 years.
It's older lot.
Yeah, it's been there forever, because it used to be, was it a diner, a A&W?
Yeah. That's what
Okay, yeah, because it used to have, you could come out in the little tarp thing. Okay, and so you're gonna have there 3 or maybe 4 pumps?
Correct.
And your store, so you'll have the big awning up there also?
Yep, a canopy.
Okay, the canopy, thank you for that. And your store, you're just doing because there's one on Center Road, there's one on Flushing Road, but that one is just outside of Flint boundaries.
Right.
But
Yep.
you're just doing just the service, the gas station part, right? Stores staying the same.
Correct.
Okay, how long will construction take?
I would say 6 months,
When will it begin?
as soon as we already have unanimous approval from Planning Commission.
Okay.
So our next step was to get the alley vacated, and then once that happens, hopefully this evening, we move forward with engineering approval and getting all of our permits.
Have you did these site plans for some of the other ones outside of the city of Flint?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they easier? You can be honest.
Oh, every town is different. I just go by the ordinances.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think things are a little bit more complex
I've
here.
done 3 here in Flint.
Mhm.
I also did the one on Flushing Road, one on Genesee, where it was an upgrade to an
Okay.
existing, liquor, party store, convenience.
Did you do the
store.
one that was Flint Township?
Excuse me, yes, Flushing is
Okay,
Flint
yeah,
Township.
where it used to be a 7-Eleven, but it's right at, I didn't know that they changed Sunridge or Meadowbrook or Grove Apartments. And so and I didn't think they had enough, I was surprised to see it be put there in that parking lot, that you made that space work.
We made it work.
But they won't have parking, you have to park at the pump to go in the store there.
Well, there's some parking up front. along the
Okay,
building.
okay,
But in general, when we do, for this particular client, when we do a full site plan, which is all new construction, it's a Marathon gas station.
Yeah, and it's gonna be, that one's gonna be a Marathon. And then there's I think a Sunoco right across. What's the drive to adding all these fuel stations when electric cars, people are trying to go green? Do you know, or?
It's just about putting their product there and, making it's.
Yeah, you got kind of like dual competition, like 300 feet away.
How many Shells and Chevrons are diagonal from each other,
You're correct. Actually, in BPs, they hit the different corners. And so it's just driving competition, healthy competition. I hope it drives down the gas prices.
But it's really gonna make it a lot prettier.
Well, it's improving the lot, and I wish you the very best with that. I've seen your work too, and it.
Thank you.
Else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 260078.1, which is the alley vacation 3009 North Saginaw Street between Leaf and McClellan. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alleman is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260078.1 has been approved. Moving on to introduction and first reading of ordinances 260128, which is the Code Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 19, Fire Protection. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Move to approve.
There is a motion to approve. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the chair. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Yeah, so it is my opinion that we should be overturning this ordinance and taking it back to pre-emergency manager. Like, we should not be taking a ordinance and making it worse than the emergency manager, or extending an emergency manager ordinance. So it is my opinion that we should be adopting the 2024 Fire Protection Code and not adopting language that hasn't even been written yet. So to me, this should not be adopted, and I hope my colleagues agree with me that we should not be adopting language that has never been approved or never been written yet. And unfortunately, that's what this ordinance does. So I'm willing to adopt 2024 language, but I will be voting no on this current language. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round?
Matt, can I get the first? I pulled it up.
You have the floor in the second round. Go ahead.
Look, y'all, she taking our time up here. I do want to say this, and it'll be really quick. I will not be supporting this because I feel that we should not be approving things into the future that we have not seen yet. And I'm big. This is not just fire safety. It takes away the transparency. We don't get things now. And some of the questions were not answered. That turned into a very difficult conversation the last time, and very disappointed because there were some very poignant questions that needed to be asked. And they were not. They were dismissed. Very unprofessionally, but they were dismissed. So I just don't think that because when we look at safety, technology is a part of fire safety, and things change. And they need to make a stop by whether we're in this seat or not, or we went on to do something else. We still have a responsibility to make sure we do good things for the future, because we know that some deals have been made that we did not agree with, and we did not look to the future. And one example would be the price that people are talking about, can we get rid of the contract with GLEWA? And that was not a good contract. And then we're looking at this into the future. We're approving things that it just doesn't stop. Let's bring it up to code to 2024. I am okay with. And it looks like every 2 years, I believe that it will have to make a stop by council to make them aware. Several of the colleagues have stated that they have put in fire smoke detectors, and they have did this with family members, heat to rise. I did this for over 25 years. I did that in every home, and I gave smoke detectors for free to save lives. And I think that we need to make sure, let the council, and the council, we're not gonna be here forever, and let the future council, if they want to, change some things. Fire safety is not just, it's also suppression, It is also, it's different things that go into this, and I think that we need to be cautious approving things into the future that we don't even know what they are yet. So I will not support this into the future, taking away our children or grandchildren's right to have something, or whoever sits in these seats. I won't do that. We can bring it back every 2 years. So I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'm going to tell you why I support this, and that's because it has been so long since this has been updated, and because of the turnover in the fire chief position, and being proactive rather than reactive. Inside of the ordinance, it says that we will approve it with exceptions if necessary. And so the current, as they updated during the state. And so with that caveat, that's why I'm going to vote to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So one thing I do understand, I understand that we should always listen to the experts. As someone with a PhD, I never will claim to be an expert in the area of water. I wasn't even an expert in the area of government, still learning a lot. But we always turn to those that know a little more than us. And so I heard my colleague in the 6th Ward speak about the contract. She's exactly right. City of Flint, we entered a whack contract, and we are facing some terrible repercussions because of a bad contract that we entered into. But you know, we entered into that contract because we went against expert opinion. The drain commissioner came before that current council and pleaded with them not to take that contract, told them the ins and the outs, but they went against professional advice. We're at the same place. Our expert, known as the fire chief, he retired, came back. He must know a little something. He gave this body his expert opinion because he specialized in the vein of fire science. So he understands the policy that goes into fire science. So again, I don't want to be caught sleeping at the wheel again when we have the opportunity to drive this car into the future, driving Flint forward. We don't have to, we really don't have to, put everything on the future council when this body can act today. And so our expert, in-house expert, who's over our fire safety personnel, he came to the lectern and he asked us, not just asked us, he admonished us that this is in the best interest for our residents. I'm going to listen to the expert. If I was here years ago before that contract was agreed upon by the previous council, I would have listened to the expert then. So I'm going to listen to the expert today, and I'm going to vote in favor of this resolution. I definitely will.
RL, stop yelling out. RL, stop yelling out.
Hey, I guess it's the place to yell out. And so they yell out in the back because he can yell out in the front. Why not? So I support this. And
can you please pause the time? Please stop yelling out. We're at the end of the meeting. We're trying to wrap this up. There's no yelling out. There's no back and forth.
Thank you so much, Madam President. That's my time.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer.
Yeah. Nobody is saying don't listen to the experts. What we're saying is we shouldn't be voting on something that hasn't been written yet. So the experts don't even know what is being written in the future. So how can we sit here and say we got to approve or we got to accept what the experts say, but the experts don't even know what the next edition will say. So makes no sense. So, once again, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. Correct, the experts do not know what's going to say in the future, but because they're experts, they were smart enough to put a caveat in that Councilwoman in the 4th Ward discussed, and that is the fact that we can reject it if we don't like it. So this is the roll call vote for this ordinance. Go ahead, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Absolutely.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
And vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That fails.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support? I'll support it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is 8:55 p.m. on Monday, Monday, April 27th. I hereby adjourn this Flint City Council meeting.
Okay.